guys. Good luck.
No ref, right? No ref. Okay.
travel is expensive. But time travel is free at the Salem Museum.
In 1838, Roanoke County was formed here in this area, and Salem, being the largest community in this region, was given the county seat.
You can uncover the uniqueness of our local history at the Salem Museum.
This is the gallery taking you from Salem's beginnings in the 1600s all the way through the 20th century and today.
Learn local ties to the American Revolution and Civil War through study, research, and physically touching a piece of history.
So every Saturday, visitors actually get to hold a piece of history in their hand.
Learning at the Salem Museum is fun.
There's a ton of different ways to learn and engage with the material, including technology from the 1800s through today.
Native American and African American history, local school history,
So you can visit the museum and relive some of those memories.
local sports history, and 60 summers of fun at Lakeside Amusement Park.
Artifacts from the park and seeing a model of the Shooting Star roller coaster.
The Salem Museum, preserving 300 plus years of history, art, and sports in Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains. Visit the Salem Museum, where time travel is free. Open 10 to 4, Tuesday through Saturday.
Saturday is well underway. Men's doubles open division. Mid-bracket, we have our first medals to award August Championship Saturday. And right now looking for all the women's doubles medals. 3.0, 30, 40, 50, and 60 plus. Looking for Cheryl, Riley, Kristen, Rebecca, Marie, and Debbie who can join us in the medal area. We'd like to celebrate this great play today. Thank you. Saturday in the Picklebrawl in the Blue Ridge. It comes in women's doubles, 3-0 all ages. Luxon's first, Debbie Grishaw and Marie Taylor. What a competition it was this morning, and that went all the way to the gold medal match. Congratulate our silver medalists, Kristen Zartman and Rebecca Ruppert. But not to be denied, they got up on this weekend, so we have work to do, and that will culminate with gold medals around their necks. Our first champions of the day, women's 3.0 all ages, Cheryl Eisbrenner and Riley Colkin.
one. What do you want to do? We'll serve, so you guys pick the side.
We'll take this side. Good counter.
Well, I'm like above you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. About early. Okay.
Get my water.
Everybody, medals coming fast and furious now on the championship Saturday. Looking for my men's doubles 3.0 1930s 50 plus medals. And I have Tyler, Robert, Chad, Rocky, Alejandro, and Blake joining me over in our champion sport. Thank you. All right, everybody, open division action continues as we salute our men's doubles 3.0 1930 and 50 plus medalists on this championship Saturday of the Pickleball in the Blue Ridge, presented by Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge. Let's start with our bronze medalist. Phenomenal play today from Alejandro Dooley and Blake Richardson. Silver medalists fought all the way to the end and deserve your congratulations. Let's hear it for Chad Pagali and Matthew Ripper.
you. Sorry. I'm focused, Penny.
No, stay focused.
So when do you play again?
We might be waiting a bit.
What? Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Championship Saturday of the PickleBrawl in the Blue Ridge. Apologize for the delay in commentary today, but as you can see, we are well into our men's doubles open division bracket, and it has been spectacular thus far. And we bring you up on our center court one here for what we know will be an outstanding matchup. We've got Tito Yadro, Jordan Kinney. We just saw Yadro serving, and they are taking on Derek Crage and Rosen Nidenoff. This is game one. This is the winner's bracket, which means best 2 out of 3 to 11. Get you a score in just 1 second as we come in live here. Executive producer Cam Meeks is playing in the tournament, thus the lack of the score bug at the moment, but that will return as we advance in this bracket. Off the tape will fall in for Yadro. Trajan Nidenoff, outstanding victory to get here. They needed 3 games, but able to outlast James Broker and Jordan Chrysostom. James Broker, excuse me. 2-4-1 is our score. Crage serving. Crage, of course, not a technical local product, but he is a well-known commodity in these parts, having attended Virginia Tech, just a 30-minute ride up the road. Blacksburg and a native of Lynchburg. And 3-4-2 is Crage with the backhand step in there. Well, again, you come into these tournaments, and certainly Jordan Kinney and Tito Yadro, the most known commodity in the professional circuit. Yadro, our gold medalist in men's singles open yesterday. See the swinging finish from Jordan Kinney. We saw plenty of that when this tandem claimed the championship in Richmond back in June at the Body Armor 804 Open. Delighted that they chose to return to another Performance Productions tournament. Nidenoff, member of Team Performance, trains out of the Richmond facility. And Derek Crage, as you see the performance, as that one slices wide on his right sleeve, also a sponsored player for Performance Pickleball. Excellent bracket. This is the quarterfinals of the winner's bracket at the moment, and Crage gets the best of that firefight. 5-3-2 is the score off the serve of Kinney. A breeze picking up, and it has been a vertical breeze. Meaning breeze has been to the backs of the team on the side at the moment of Crage and Nidenoff, and that wandered just a bit long, and Kinney couldn't believe it. Not that it was long, but that he sent it long. 3-5-1, game one, best 2 of 3. And another excellent step in. You see that right foot plunging forward for Crage, and it's the sword fighting motion. 4-5-1. And Crage had 1 strong reset, could not find 2. 4-5-2. Backhand joust here. And Nidenoff able to disrupt that pattern with the backhand flip lob, and Crage with a little soft forehand roll able to finish off that rally. 5-5-2, Crage and Nidenoff pulling even. This is a relatively new pairing of Crage and Nidenoff. Not much, if any, experience together. Meanwhile, Kinney and Yadro, you see them move in sync. They play together all the time and have been for multiple years. 5-5-1 off the serve of Jordan Kinney. And a misfire by Kinney. First serve. See the switch put on by Nidenoff. That serve a little long, and back-to-back service misfires. You will rarely see that from these world-class players. Great read by Nidenoff, and that's the first lead of this opening game for Nidenoff and Crage. On the other side, you can't see behind the back of Jordan Kinney, but I can. It'll be a switch here to get right side player on the right. That's Yadro. Because that you want that big forehand swat from the big man, Jordan Kinney, and that's exactly what you got. So, you know, you usually see the signal with the closed fist or the open hand, but Yadro and Kinney have a more complex system of hand signals. And Crage just trying to defend and get lucky, and that would not happen. 5-6-1 off the serve of Kinney. Again, this is the winner's bracket quarterfinal. Crage, more known as a defensive player, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have the offense, as you saw there. These are two teams with defined right side players. It's Crage in the light blue shirt, right side player, and Yadro in the all black. And that left Crage reaching a bit on the angle from Yadro. 6-6-2. Crage took a chance and it paid off. Wasn't sure he was going to able to lunge out far enough to make that attackable, and he was able to. John Laser with you solo as Crage picks up the 7th point for he and Nidenoff. And the reason is Derek Crage is one of my broadcast partners. As you can see, he's still playing. Tim Cass is my other. And he is also in the winner's bracket with his partner today, Yusuf Bouzidi. He just had a very strong showing. So as much as we'd like to have a two-man booth here, that would require our friends and colleagues to falter at some point today. And that one looked like it was going to roll the tape and ultimately did not. So back and forth we go in this opening game. Again, it's best 2 out of 3. Great leave by Nidenoff. Crage echoed that sentiment. 6-7-2. Great serve from Kinney. And great shot by Kinney to follow it up. Blistered the corner with the serve and then replicated it. 7-all. Rosen backhand finish. I mentioned Nidenoff trains out of Performance Pickleball Richmond. He's also the club professional at the Country Club of Virginia in the Richmond area. And excellent spot chosen by Yadro, just out of the reach of Crage. Nidenoff is also the protege of Jonathan Medina Alvarez, who wanted desperately to play here but was previously committed to a tournament professionally in Spain. So playing overseas. 7-7-2. And Crage, a rare misfire. Cross-court forehand drop. 7-7-1 off the serve of Kinney. Tennessee tandem. Yadro played singles yesterday and prevailed. And Nidenoff, too much zest on it, and a left-hand fist pump to his girlfriend Allison Crosby, who's watching courtside here, now saying, "Come on," to Derek Crage. That one hopped up off the tape and did not catapult over. So a bloodless side out at 7-7-1 for Nidenoff. Kinney did not play singles yesterday, came into town last night, get himself acclimated to this brand new facility, the beautiful Moyer Sports Complex here in Salem, Virginia. Virginia City of Champions, PickleBrawl, Day 2, Year 1, 7-7-2. Now Neidnoff wants that back as he tried to pull Dink from the middle, and timeout taken by Yadro and Kinney. And I was discussing this yesterday when Tim Cass was broadcasting with me. I said there are players that are more than comfortable playing from behind, and I was referencing Tito Yadro as he had fell behind, not by much, but in each of successive games, and Yadro proved that notion right as he came back and, of course, prevailed and was the gold medalist yesterday. And you'll also see at times different timeout patterns from pedigreed players that have been here before. All right, 7-7. We know it's a race to 4, and let's just take a pause here, get ourselves mentally set back up. These quicker games to 11. I really like the timeout chosen here by the Tennessee tandem. We will keep it with you here. Court side, you're looking at center court of this Moyer Sports Complex. It's actually, you look at 10 of the courts as you've seen on our panoramic views throughout the course of competition thus far. And there's that serve return just a smidge deep. So out of the timeout, 8-7-1. Actually, 13 courts make up this complex. We're using them all today. The busiest day of competition. Oh, and that's back-to-back dinks that Neidnoff would like to see again. And again, that timeout disruptive a bit. 9-7-1. Critical spot here, more so for Krage and Neidnoff. Hands battle, not quite over yet. And that missed by Yadro. Yadro protesting that he thought it was in, and Neidnoff saying so be it. All these players are fantastic gentlemen, so not a heated dispute here. And that was so much zest on that overhead that hard to see, particularly when you're trying to play it. And so Krage and Neidnoff relent and say, okay, you saw it better. And Yadro insistent that he did, so 10-7-1. Oh, and an excellent response by Neidnoff. Saw that alley speed coming from Jordan Kinney. So they got 1 of 2 necessary to stay alive in this game. In game 1, best 2 of 3, winner's bracket, quarterfinal. And that'll do it. As went from 7-7, and I mentioned I liked the timeout taken there in an even posture, as Neidnoff always willing to be a little self-deprecating. Says, this is what I looked like as I was attempting to swing at that. Well, I'm going to step off for just a moment as we change ends for Game 2. Yadro and Kinney prevail in Game 1. 11-7 is the final. Game 2 on deck. Back in just a moment as you continue to enjoy the sights here from the PickleBrawl in Virginia's Blue Ridge, first annual here at the Moyer Sports Complex. Ready to roll again. John Laser with you. It is a busy weekend here in the City of Champions, Salem, Virginia. PickleBrawl not by any means the only thing going on. We begin Game 2. Krage and Neidnoff, the light blue and black tops respectively, taking on Yadro and Kinney in the black top for Yadro as he prepares to serve at 1:01. And the navy blue Selkirk shirt of Jordan Kinney. Yadro and Kinney, both Selkirk-sponsored players, as Neidnoff forces the side out. Yeah, old Salem days going on downtown. John Shaner, who's orchestrating this whole thing for the city of Salem, showed me a picture off his phone today. It is a madhouse just a couple of blocks from here on Main Street in Salem, Virginia. We've also got a fishing tournament at Smith Mountain Lake. Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge, busy with that. And that's not enough. This is a dual sport complex with a spectacular and sparkling new 4-field softball complex. They are hosting a softball tournament today. So parking is at a premium here. But everybody just enjoying what has turned out to be a spectacular weather day. Bloodless side out brings it back to Kinney at 101. And we'll be with you all throughout the day today until we crown gold medalists in both men's and women's doubles open, and then back with you tomorrow for mixed doubles Sunday. 2:01, and you see Kinney and Yadro reverse stacking. Yadro playing on the left. Get him face up with Crage, and it doesn't work out the first time they tried, and they'll do it again. I mentioned that Kinney more of that prototypical left side player. You can hear on our court mics that the wind is picking up. It's not been a steady wind today, intermittent breeze. This is about the fiercest that it has blown thus far today, and I think you see that right there. That's not a shot that Tito will dump into the net all that often. 0-2-1. On the board for the first time. Derek Crage serving in that light blue Roanoke Ruckus shirt. Newly married, his wife Taylor taking in the action here at Moyer Sports Complex. Nidenoff ready as Crage elevated that dink just enough, but that is the mantra of players of this caliber. Partner makes even the slightest of messes, clean it up. Nidenoff did just that. Crage tried to return the favor, couldn't quite do so as the powerful blast from Kinney. 2-2-2. Crage just simply says, get over. That's why he's a color analyst for us, broadcasting, able to put things in succinct terms. Great read by Derek Crage. Again, a lot going on for Derek. He's full-time accounting job now as he graduated Virginia Tech last year. Married, as I just mentioned, recently. Trying to continue to find that time to devote to being this level player. And oh, Lord, what a great shot by Jordan Kinney as Crage wound up on the ATP, struck it beautifully, and Kinney turned it into a return winner. Now in those firefights, Yadro getting the best, and Yadro and Kinney pull ahead. 4-2-2. Saw Kinney defend the ATP beautifully, and he just defended a slick Ernie attempt on the slice inside-out forehand from Nidenoff, and at 5-2, Nidenoff and Crage will take a quick timeout. We'll take it with them from the PickleBrawl, presented by Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge. This is Championship Saturday, men's open doubles in the quarterfinal round. This action continues in just a moment. (5-2-2) our scores. We bring you back to the beautiful Salem Moyer Sports Complex. Just completed in July. Had this tournament on the schedule for much longer than that, and of course, wonderful people at City of Salem and all the people in conjunction with that effort to transform what had been a historical athletic facility here. Nidenoff says hold on as he anticipates a ball rolling over from the action on court 2, where James Broker shoveled that ball over to court 1. 3-5-1, critical stretch here. Saw game 1 go to 7-7. A timeout at that point by Yadro and Kinney. Tilted action, and they prevailed 11-7, reeling off 4 straight. 3-5-2. And Kinney was upset with himself there, although I think a little burst of wind disrupted where he felt that ball was going to be centered. Yadro may have rifled that long, but impossible for Crage to see that from that angle. And Neidenoff lines up the backhand ATP. We saw Kinney deflect for a winner the forehand ATP attempt, but that time effective, and it's 5-all. Big smile for Neidenoff. Who's in Czechoslovakian, and one of the nicer guys you'll find. I mentioned part of team performance. All these guys are, quite frankly. As Yadro, big swing, and Neidenoff could not bring it back. But that was a successful pass through on the side out for Neidenoff and Crage as they pull from down 2-5 to 5-5 off their own timeout. 5-5-1 for Kinney. And quickly to the second server. Neidenoff says, let's go, Derek, come on. Signals for the switch. And that time, Crage got it with the extra overspin. Once again, Kinney didn't make it easy. He was there crouching in that defensive posture. It's 5-5-1. Again, game 2. Kinney and Yadro took game 1. And a critical service error there. Neidenoff couldn't believe it. 5-5-2. Crage puts it in play. And that, not at all what Neidenoff and Crage were looking for. Not the fact that they didn't score any points, but they didn't make Yadro and Kinney work for it whatsoever. Excellent backhand drop there from Yadro. It was a deep serve return, and Yadro just floated that tantalizingly for Neidenoff. 6-5-1. Neidenoff sped that up, and I don't think it surprised Kinney, but it did surprise him how high it was, because that was going to be an out ball from Neidenoff. So 6-5-2. Oh, and Crage wants that one back. Won't get it, and it's 7-5-2. All right, this was, again, the point in the game where the seasoned Yadro and Kinney kind of took a firm grasp. No, Neidenoff thought it was there. I did too, but couldn't quite get to it quick enough, and it's 8-5-2. And again, loser of this match still alive in this double elimination bracket. Certainly the path to the medal rounds much easier from the top half. And the side out brings it back to Neidenoff and Crage. They trail 5-8-1. Excellent resets by Crage. Gets he and his partner to the line and gets him to 6-8-1. Repelling a couple of offensive blows from Kinney there. And again, Crage with the critical reset there. Sometimes those subtle, soft resets overlooked, but leads to 7-8-1. Neidenoff just couldn't lift. Again, that's the subtle shot there from Kinney. Just that soft roll off the backhand. 7-8-2 short serve from Crage. I don't think he intended it, but the wind, and he He apologizes to Kenny, and Kenny said, no, I felt the wind too. And it is 8-8-2. And Neidenoff just muttering to himself as that, again, the wind, not howling by any means, but it's intermittent, and that makes it a little bit of a guessing game. And Yadro had to ask that time, was that out? And Neidenoff and Crage answer, honestly, it was 9-8-1. And Rosen, once again, left to wonder off that shot. It's 10-8-1. Similar script to game one. Well played both directions, but ultimately, in the end, Kinney and Yadro pull away, and they win in straight games. 7 and 8 the scores in the winner's bracket. Crage and Neidenoff right there in both of those games, and again, still alive in this men's doubles open division bracket. We'll have much more for you from the Moyer Sports Complex in beautiful Salem within the Blue Ridge. This is the PickleBrawl presented by Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge. We'll be back with more action in a few moments. In the meantime, enjoy the sights here in Salem, Southwest Virginia. John Laser welcoming you back courtside to our center court here at the lovely Moyer Sports Complex in even more beautiful Salem, Virginia. Virginia's City of Champions. We're going to crown champions today, gold medalists as it were, in men's and women's open doubles, along with a myriad of other divisions as we have a full field today. And we've got a special treat for you coming up in our winners bracket. In men's open doubles, Tito Yadro, Jordan Kinney, you just saw them victorious against Derek Crage and Rosen Neidenoff, and they're going to take on the local pair Tim Cass and Yusef Bouzidi, who also arrive unblemished in this winners bracket. And this is going to be, we believe, the match of the day to this point. Yadro and Kinney, the presumptive favorites coming in, but secondarily, Yusef Bouzidi and Tim Cass, also pedigreed champions as well. And we are just about to get underway. That is Cass set to serve in the light blue Roanoke Ruckus. Top, his partner Yusef Bouzidi on the run. And Cass got it high to Kinney, and that's not a place that you'll live all that successfully. And Kinney draws the quick side out for the Tennessee tandem of Yadro and Kinney. That's Tito Yadro in the all-black, already the gold medalist in men's singles open yesterday. Serves to a quick 101 advantage. However, short on the drop, and you'll start to see drops becoming a bit more difficult as the day goes on. We've got a breezier forecast progressively throughout the course of the afternoon. Don't get me wrong, it's a delightful weather day, but wind is a factor. Not at the moment exactly, as Bouzidi misfired there. 2-0-2 off the serve of Kinney. And deep return from Bouzidi leads to second short drop of that side out. So 0-2-1, Cass serving. And Bouzidi trying to tag cross court on the speed up. Didn't find Kinney, didn't find the playing surface. Zero 2-2. Bouzidi and Cass were very impressive the last time we saw them about an hour ago as they defeated Kevin Dong and Wade Hairboth 11-4, 11-3. Cass lining up for the ATP, couldn't quite get it there. And nothing doing on that side out. Back to Yadro, 2-0-1. Winners bracket final, winner to the gold medal match. Men's open doubles, and it's 4-0-1. Bouzidi and Cass trying to get themselves started. Bouzidi and Cass, I was talking to Tim after that win over Dong and Hairboth. He said, this is the best we've played together in a while. Had a first round bye, defeated Ryan Morneau and Carter Work 11-1, 11-8 in their first match. And then the aforementioned match against Dong and Hairboth. Yadro and Kinney also had a first round bye. And Cass uncharacteristically impatient there. Didn't have a great attack angle, decided to take it anyway. Yadro and Kinney beat Connor Reburn, Sahith Mandala 11-2, 11-3 in their first match. And then the aforementioned win over Neidenoff and Crage came 11-7, 11-8. So again, a bloodless side out. Score remains 4-0, 4-0-1. Yadro serving. And Cass knows what to do with that one as that drop floated on Yadro. And that serve sails on Jordan Kinney. Kinney picks up that point. Yadro inadvertently hit an out ball from Cass, but you can understand why. as Cass had an attackable ball there. 0-4-2. And that's the third consecutive time that Buziti and Cass have earned the side out, but been unable to capitalize. They continue to trail 4-0-1. That one fluttered a bit on Yusuf. And Buziti will keep the ball for a moment and just check out its bounce, trying to, I believe, work down a level of anger or two. 5-0-1. And great backhand speed up on the rip from Buziti, 5-0-2. We have seen side to side make a difference, but it hasn't been as much the case today as it was yesterday. And it was actually the opposite side that Yadro and Kinney are having success on at the moment. Saw Tito yesterday in the gold medal match in singles, scored 22 consecutive points, essentially the difference in his match, to defeat Wade Hairboth from the opposite side of the court. 6-0-2, and Yusuf Buziti will take a timeout. We'll take it with Buziti and Cass in a hole in game one. Best of 3-11. This is the winner's bracket final. Men's open doubles at the PickleBrawl. All Kinney and Yadro thus far in game one, winner's bracket final. 6-0, and out of the timeout taken by Buziti and Cass. Skidding baseline return from Buziti, set up Cass. Cass was a little bit worried the wind was going to keep that one in play, but it did not. Quick side out of the timeout. Once again, Cass on the ATP, and this time successful. So 1-6-1, they break the dam, do Buziti and Cass. And you see Cass say to Yusuf Buziti, my bad. It's just at this level, just the slightest hint of an elevated mistake. And you saw Yadro pounce on it. 1-6-2. Great shot by Yadro. Cass, though, recovered and then aided by the tape. Yadro, despite the tape, felt like he should have played a finer shot than that. 2-6-2. And an aggressive poach from Buziti and smacks the paddle. He thought he had it there. Couldn't quite slide out in time. But a couple of points for Cass and Buziti. 6-2-1 in game one. Cross-court speed, Cass. Magician's performance to keep this point alive. Oh. I wanted to see the best in Southwest Virginia, and you just did right there. Buziti, incredible backhand ATP. Yadro, more incredible defense of that ATP, then a slugfest. Won by Yadro and Kinney, 7-2-1. Kind of seen Jordan and Tito ramping it up through the course of this bracket. Kind of easing in and really pressing down when they've needed to. Saw that in game one against Neidenhoff and Crage when they sat at a score of 7-7. Serve caught the baseline, however, that Yadro effort will not. Kenny tried to swat at it. Fortunate for him, he did not find it. 2-7-2. And this is a double elimination format, so the day not done for the loser of this match. But as we've expressed multiple occasions, such an easier path to gold to play through the winner's bracket. And thus far, Kenny and Yadro have had the best of it. They lead 7-2-1. Still a little ways to go in the bottom side of the bracket. Got Rosen Nightoff and Derek Crage taking on Ryan Morneau and Carter Work, the tandem from James Madison University. Backhand return from Buziti goes wanting, 8-2. Meanwhile, Kevin Dong, Wade Hare both still alive. They've got James Broker and Jordan Chrysostom. And essentially, as I read those off, those are the teams that you would have expected to still be alive at this stage of the bracket. We've had a couple of surprises along the way, but not in the ultimate pecking order. Yadro and Kinney certainly came in as the favorites. They've played like it thus far. 2-8-2. There comes Buziti. Took a little pace off that backhand, and that was effective. 3-8-2. So the winner of Nightoff Crage against Morneau Work will play the winner of Dong Hareboth Broker Chrysostom. The winner of that will play the loser of this. You follow all that? 8-3-1. Eight, 3-2, and Kenny back to back leads to a golly. That's about as angry as you'll see Jordan Kenny. He certainly keeps his emotions in check on the court, as does Tito Yadro. Oh, Buziti very nearly able to reset that. But even his sleight of hand could not make that happen. Oh, what an effort from Cass. Cass apologizes. I wouldn't apologize for that my entire lifetime. 4-8-2. And a rare unforced error there. Don't think that's where Kenny thought it was going to be, or maybe thought Yadro was going to take it. Either way, it's 5-8-2. And again, it was 6-0. So Cass and Buziti finding their footing a bit here in game one. And that's important in a best-of-3 scenario, regardless of whether they're able to come all the way back in game one. Again, Kenny with a bit of an overswing. 8-5-2 on the serve of Jordan Kenny. Kenny hanging back a bit in the transition zone, and that ultimately will cost him as Buziti and Cass earn the side out again at 5-8-1. Well, I mentioned earlier that both of my usual broadcast partners are playing right now, so we either need to root for them to lose, which we're not going to do, or it's going to be me alone. But forgot that we had a capable broadcast partner sitting right there, plain sight the whole time. As Buziti just kind of muttering to himself.
Bringing in the third string.
Bringing in, no. Bringing in Lee Warfield, my good friend, business partner, and the managing partner of Performance Pickleball. Mr. Warfield, how are you, sir?
I am just waited in a very long food line for my daughter, and I'm happy to be sitting next to you right now.
Were you out there at Rocky Mount Barbecue in a long line? Or
I was at the amazing softball complex that they built here.
Yeah, they've got a softball tournament going today. We've got, as I mentioned, food trucks up here at the Pickleball Pavilion. And we've got some sensational action as well here in our men's doubles open division.
It's a great match, the part that I've seen. Big comeback. So
yeah, was 6-0 to Lee's Point. Now 7-8. And Cass thought he missed the dink prior and did miss that one. And it'll come back at 8-7-1. We'll pause momentarily as the ball from court 2 finds its way into play. And that time Kinney finds the mark, 9-7-1. Well, Lee, I was talking about this yesterday. Of course, Tim Cass, Yusuf Bouzidi, we consider friends and colleagues and members of Team Performance. But Tito Yadro, Jordan Kinney, we really appreciate the fact that, one, they came down to play in the Body Armor 804 Open, and two, come back for another performance tournament.
I think they've had some good success.
Good success.
At our tournaments. Yes.
Good experiences, talking to both. And Cass got back on his heels just a bit. And again, this has been the formula for Kinney and Yadro. They've played these games to 11 pretty even up, although they got out to the big lead in this game one. And then taken control. Did so against Nidenoff and Crage. They were at 7-all. Won that game 11-7. Then we're at 6-7 down in game 2 and won that game 11-8. And they'll win this one 11-7. So Cass and Bouzidi fought back to take some momentum to game 2, but in the end, in game 1, it's Kinney and Yadro a bit too much. They'll look for a win in game 2 to advance and wait in the gold medal match. Cass and Bouzidi will try to even up the score. When we return, this is the PickleBrawl presented by Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge. We are in the Blue Ridge in the city of Champions, Salem, Virginia, at the Moyer Sports Complex. Much more to come after these. Peering down a few courts here at the Moyer Sports Complex, which is 13 courts, 10 of which are here in the nucleus of the facility, 3 adjacent across the way. We see some of our bottom bracket games going on, including Nidenoff Crage against the JMU pair.
Go Dukes.
I was just about to say, Lee, of course, is a big Duke. You beat me to it. It's cool to see people coming from around the region, though. 0-0-2, Yadro and Kinney, the quick side out. And Bouzidi, you a little bit impatient a couple of times in this match. Saw him there kind of attack alley and right into the hornet's nest, which is the Yadro forehand. And turnabout fair play as Yadro did the same thing, and Bouzidi was able to sidestep. 0-2-2. Well, Lee, of course, this event is a springboard for us into Performance Pickleball Roanoke, the expansion of not only our company, but also our facility capabilities and tournament operations. And weather worked out. It looked dicey, I'm going to tell you, back on about Wednesday, but a spectacular weekend it's turned into.
The forecast definitely changed, but it's always going to be sunny and great weather inside Performance Pickleball Roanoke.
Yep. Lee and I, as we're wont to do, they gave us lighting options, and we said, well, we've got to have the best. So we've got the same competitive lighting that they have down at Liberty University in their volleyball complex. Partially indirect. It's going to be sensational viewing.
Yep, looking forward to seeing that in action.
0-2-1. Just not getting enough out of the thirds right now are Bouzidi and Cass, and they're making the side outs a bit too easy for Yadro and Kinney. Again, we've switched sides to the side where the wind is into Bouzidi and Cass. Wind at the back was very favorable in singles yesterday and has proved to be a bit of the case today. But nonetheless, Kinney short on that forehand drop, and you can see his frustration on his face, although he doesn't vocalize it. That time he made amends with a beauty. Topspin confounded cast, 3-0-2. 3-1-2, excuse me. Oh, what a shot by Tim Cass. You saw the delicate nature and the finesse of a brilliant dink battle there, and one finally fluttered just an inch or two. Cass pounced on it. Yadro somehow got that back, but another attackable ball for Tim.
Very patient point there.
No need to be patient on that one for Kinney. 1-3-2. Buziti said, I can do that too. Big forehand swing, and it's 2-3-2. Kinney got going forward because he had momentum of that serve return. Kinney's like a big train if you can't find a way to slow him.
He's got such long arms, reaching in, taking everything out of the air. Kitchen line, seems like.
But pointless side out, back to Cass and Buziti. And Kinney does that shot so wonderfully generally, and you can just see it right as he hit it. Come on, really? 3-3-1 though. And after falling behind 6-0 in game one, we've played pretty much straight up. And in fact, Cass and Buziti, Lee, have had the best of it as they do there, 4-3.
What I've seen.
5-3. Kinney looked like he stumbled a bit as he was advancing on that serve. So this is the most fruitful stretch thus far of this winner's bracket final for Cass and Yusuf. Great read by Tim Cass, 6-3.
It's amazing to me, this level, when you see their drops. At our level, I'm just trying to get it over the net, and they're hitting offensive third and fifth shots.
Offensive drops and offensive resets as well. Cass thought Yusuf was going to take it, and Yusuf said, you're right, that was mine. But nonetheless, that was a good roll off the first serve for Cass and Buziti. Yusuf will take over 6-3-2. I was about to say, you don't often see Yadro and Kinney take timeouts in peril. More often than not, they'll take them from an advantageous or neutral spot. And not surprising that they did not take one there despite that roll for Cass and Buziti, and they're able to right the ship and now make it 4-6-1.
Long.
Kinney again, service misfire. Buziti hit it and knew it. Tried to crouch down, but too much Yadro. 5-6-2. Game 2, as you see on our scorebug there, created by Cam Meeks, executive producer of Performance Productions. Yadro and Kinney prevailed in Game 1, 11-7. Carlos Morales, the jack of all trades, vice tournament coordinator, preparing to award some medals in a subsequent bracket. Jangling those medals. It was almost taunting you, Lee, right in your ear.
Reminded me that I don't have any of those.
Not these, but you did prevail in your latest competition. Team style format, MLP.
That was a lot of fun.
And Bouzidi got that back off his wrist.
Threw it.
But he threw it wide. You see that electric smile of Yusuf Bouzidi. Great dinner recommendation from Yusuf last night for us, our entire crew, 419 West. They're not a sponsor, just pointing out good service and good food when we find it.
I think they had good beer, too.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. As I understand, your car does for tonight. Oh, Cass sailed it and knew it. Caught it on the bottom side of the paddle. Yep. 6-6-1. Oh.
Wow.
That was way too disrespectful by Cass of that brilliance from Yadro. What a great get by Tito, but all he could do was loft it into peril.
Looked like a Bradley Froman shot.
I was just about to say, and it just got the real national plays of the week. Bradley's similar shot made that list, and now Cass and Bouzidi will take a timeout. And talked about it numerous times yesterday with Tito Yadro and back in June with this pair that you seemingly have your way going well in a match or in a game, and Cass and Bouzidi seem like they found their footing up 6-3, 5-point run, and no timeout taken, just casually earn the side out, and then a 4-point swing the other direction and a timeout taken by you. And in these games to 11, Lee, it can swing that quickly. But with Yadro and Kinney, it almost seems inevitable at times.
Well, guys like that just thrive on momentum. And once they get it, they're just going to take over.
And poise, I think, would be the best way to put it for these guys. And, of course, they're used to the biggest stages, playing in the APP events, PPA events, and Cass has dabbled in PPA. His other doubles partner, Derek Crage, more than one occasion. He'll do so again in a couple of weeks in Virginia Beach. Yusuf Bouzidi doesn't look it, but he's just a few months shy of 50, and he is eager to get out on the PPA circuit on the senior level.
Wow, that'll be lethal for him.
He turns 50 in April, but he said they start recognizing it in January of your birth year. So he's like, New Year's Day, I'm ready to roll. Tim Cass is only halfway to 50, but all the way to a side out.
Yep, both those guys clashed in the middle there.
Yeah, wind ate that up.
Yeah, I felt like that. The wind pushed it back.
And you can hear it on our court microphone. 6-7-2. Out in the elements, and it's the same for our tournament operation team since we've opened Performance Pickleball Richmond. It's the first time we've brought the operation outside. It's been gratifying, Lee, to remind ourselves how to do it. So much more goes into it, of course, when you don't have everything right there in a ready-made facility.
Yep, good facility here, good broadcast team.
And a jack of all trades, as I mentioned, Carlos Morales, but the secret weapon, Tyen Nguyen, he made the trip with us. Grew up here in the Roanoke Valley. It's 6-2. It's gonna be now for Cass and Bouzidi.
Yep, they need to get a side out here, try to get some points. Lucky net.
Yep, lucky for Cass, in fact. 6-8-1. Great spot chosen by Yadro. Again, judging the pace required on those drops into the wind just so difficult. Last thing you want to do is hit it too hard because anything up is in trouble.
Right.
And anything short, it's obviously point over in the net. So.
And the wind is not always consistent.
And they really got to work on
Neither
that
are
here in the
players.
Blue Ridge. Yeah.
Well, it's a beautiful backdrop. We're staring at the mountains behind the courts.
And that serve rode the wind. An 8-up cast, 9-6-1. Yeah, glorious backdrop here. Looking out into the rolling hills beyond. Oh, that is
well
just phenomenal teamwork. Look at where Tito Yadro wound up. It was almost 3-on-1, but Jordan Kinney was that one, and he took up the rest of the court. Yadro was all the way down baseline corner, the opposition side. 10-6. Again, worth pointing out on match point here that loser of this match still alive, very much so in this bracket, and also guaranteed a medal. And that'll do it. And it's Cass a little short on the arm motion there, and that'll be it. 11-7, 11-6, but Cass and Buziti hanging in there with the tournament favorite, Yadro and Kinney. They may get that rematch. They'll need to come back through the bronze medal match. But Yadro, gold medal already in men's singles open, hunts one with his regular partner, Jordan Kinney. We'll take a few moments time out. We'll come back. We'll have both those medal matches for you, bronze and gold. Cam Meeks back out to the court to compete. Lee and I going to take a time out and be back with you in just a few moments. This is the first ever Pickle Brawl in the Blue Ridge, brought to you by Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge from the City of Champions, Salem, Virginia.
I drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling of activity, lots of fun. The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the weights, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PickleBrawl in Virginia's Blue Ridge. John Laser, Lee Warfield with you courtside as we bring back up the commentary for our men's open doubles bronze medal match, 1-15. And we've also got the regional battle here between Tim Cass and USAP Bouzidi. They will take on Rosen Neidenoff and Derek Crage. If all those names sound familiar, they should. All four representatives of Team Performance. And, of course, Cass and Crage, sometimes doubles partners, and in fact past Performance Productions tournament champions at the inaugural Body Armor 804 Open. So a lot of intrigue. Enter Neidenoff, the only one who doesn't live in this area, but does represent Team Performance, playing out of Performance Richmond. Underway we go, 1-15. Cass was the one to serve first, and Cass and Bouzidi will be the ones to score first. Winners on to take on Jordan Kinney and Tito Yadro for gold. Losers already on the podium as the bronze medalists. And easy put away by these players' standards. Derek was joking with me before we just hopped back into the booth here and said, "Who you rooting for in this one?" And I said, "I'm rooting for my friends." Kind of like when Kentucky plays Arizona. I've got the Wildcats in this one. The tape, though, favored Cass and Bouzidi there, 0-1.
It is strange to see them play against each other.
Yeah, it's strange for us, and it's strange in a tournament format, but honestly, in recreational play, we see this matchup a lot as Crage puts it down to level the score. Just saw Tim Cass and Derek Crage team up to win the state championship, the UPA 5-0 state championship. That was down at Performance Richmond.
Got it.
Cass adjusted, and I believe caught the baseline. And he says sorry to Rosen Neidenoff. And Crage, all he can do is laugh. You can see Neidenoff's emotion come out again on the podium here in this open division tournament. He's been putting in the hours, we know that, paying off today against an elite field. It's no small feat defeating Kevin Dong and Wade Hairboth in the match you just saw on this center court.
That was a great match. They almost came back and took it. Big lead. I think it was 8-0 and came close to tying it.
Yeah, 8-0 on the changeover, and Dong and Hairboth battled back to 11-13. Foot fault.
It's a rare lob.
Prior to the launch from Neidenoff. Derek Miller is our lead referee. See Derek to the right side of your screen there. Ben Davis, our head referee for the weekend, is seconding this match, but in a seated position behind the fence. So, pair of USAP sanctioned referees in the first ever USAP sanctioned tournament here in Southwest Virginia. 1-1-1, 1-15. Winner gets Yadro and Kinney. A lot of players will tell you not to speed cross. USAP Bouzidi is not one of those players, and he excels at it. Neidenoff trying to keep himself emotionally level here, falling into an early 3-1 hole.
Yeah, looks like everybody's feeling each other out at this moment.
Cass yelling, bounce, bounce, bounce. Bouzidi gave him a look like, yeah, I got it. Crage trying to play that out of the air, and the air impacted his inability to do it. Just a little bit of an uneven wind here in Salem today. Again, not a stiff breeze by any means, and in fact, spectators are loving it because it's cooling down a little bit.
Comes and goes.
Crage over swinging. I think that was a result of the prior point and the frustration that was begotten from it, and therefore Crage and Neidenhoff will take a timeout. We'll take a quick timeout as well. This is men's opens doubles bronze medal match. Winner on to fight for gold. Already on the podium are these four. Early 6-1 advantage for Cass and Buziti.
Collectibles, antiques.
This is so pretty.
There are thousands of these one-of-a-kind items for you to explore on the Salem Antique Trail.
Ooh, I like that.
Historic Salem, Virginia is nestled in the scenic Blue Ridge Mountains, where the people are friendly and are preparing for your visit. Here you'll have an array of options for dining and relaxing, and great choices for lodging as well. Learn more at salemva.com and get ready to explore the Salem Antique Trail. Well, you saw it there on our graphic expertly put together by our executive producer, Cam Meeks. We did have a commercial break that was scheduled and then a train delay as a train came by during that intermediate timeout. So a couple more minutes on the delay off the timeout taken by Crage and Neidenhoff. So a little bit more time to regroup, trailing 6-1-1. And they'll send it to the second server. And sometimes it takes something unorthodox, and that's our second ever train delay here at the PickleBrawl.
Imagine it's a rare thing in pickleball.
We claimed yesterday's was the first ever. We have no factual evidence of that, but when has that stopped us before? And Rosa Neidenhoff earns the side out, which he and Crage sought.
They started off really slow, which is surprising after that match they just played, but sometimes you get a little letdown after the victory.
Neidenhoff, that shot is one of his, I think he would call his bread and butter. You see him execute that almost 100 out of 100 just playing in rec play or drilling. He's missed it a handful of times today, and you can see the frustration that brings. And Yusuf Bouzidi nearly got that back, but instead it's 2-6-2. Neidenhoff had to go a long way. Crage was in position to help him out, couldn't do it. 6-2-1 off the serve of Cass. Men's and doubles open gold decided today. Mixed doubles gold tomorrow. That nearly stayed in with the aid of the wind and just crept an inch or so wide.
It was close.
Much closer than Crage. You see that? Got away with one grin on Derek's face.
Almost an uh-oh.
Derek earns the side out. Crage, that is, for Crage and Neidenhoff. That was a surprise that Neidenhoff was able to get out as rapidly as he did. You can see caught Buzidi a little bit. Saw Tim Cass employ the Sugar Ray Leonard kind of wind up there to deliver that shot preceding the winner. He has a few of those sleight of hand and misdirections in the arsenal. Most of our viewing audience has no idea who Sugar Ray Leonard is at this point, by the way.
Oh, come on.
You'd be surprised, Lee. Yeah, and that time miscommunication between Crage and Nidenoff. Nidenoff tapping himself in the heart saying, my fault. But Buzidi saw that gap opening and was able to exploit it. 6-3-1.
So, excuse my stupidity, John, but this is a game to 15 or
it
best
is
out of
indeed
3?
game to 15.
Okay.
Bronze medal match coming back out of the bottom side of the bracket. Once you're defeated once, so everything 1 to 15, 2 out of 3 on the top side. However, the winner of this back into the gold medal match, and that will be first 2 out of 3. And if the winner of this match can defeat Yadro and Kinney, which no one's been able to do today, then they'd play a sprint to 15 to determine gold. 7-3-2. Rosen Nidenoff earns the side out. Again, Nidenoff, tennis player at Longwood University, just outside of the Richmond area. Derek Crage founded the Pickleball Club at Virginia Tech. Now a professional accountant by trade.
You're saying he's in the real world now?
In the real world. Been out there about a year. Mentioned earlier, recently married. His wife Taylor with him for the weekend. 4-7-1. It's a 6-1 start, so Nidenoff and Crage have found their footing. And Crage just incredulous that result. Cass usually the beneficiary of those resets from Crage, and third time he was able to swat it away at 7-4-1.
Third time was a charm there. Kept up the pressure.
Nidenoff's been keeping up the pressure as well. And a couple of short misses early in this game has not affected him. Short slice, and that
Good
threw off the
backspin.
timing of Tim Cass. So an easy, looked easy at least, side out earned by Crage and Nidenoff. 4-7-1. 5-7-1. So 4-1 on the reverse run for Crage and Nidenoff. Right there, Derek Crage illustrates something every high-level player will tell you. Don't get too wide. You saw that it's just the shoulder into the body forehand.
I mean, don't take a tennis swing.
Don't take the big swing and just keep yourself compact. And there's the same miss right there from Derek. But 6-7-2. Crage bailed himself out of his own speed up, and Nidenoff finished what Crage started. So a 6-1 run to start the game for Cass and Buzidi. A 6-1 run is the response, and we're square at 7. We'll change ends at 8. Tape gave Bouzidi what he thought was an opportunity, and Neidnoff apologizing. That sent it a little bit wider. But again, on the changeover, it comes for Krage and Neidnoff on a 7-1 run to get to 8-7. Quick timeout from the Picklebrawl. We determine who is on to the gold medal match right after this.
You know, in my lifetime, I've been knocked around a few times. No matter how many times you get knocked down, hell, you got to get up off the turf. Back pain, knee pain, you name it, I had it. But when I walked into the Good Feet store and got fitted for arch support, I feel so much better. Very little pain in my back. I feel no pain in my knee. It is nothing like it. No matter who you are, whatever position you hold, in some way, we can help somebody. And that's what the Good Feet store does. They help you keep going with life.
John Laserly Warfield back with you as we prepare to open Performance Pickleball Roanoke in the coming months. Delighted to bring Performance Productions here to Southwest Virginia in the Blue Ridge region. We're going to see if the end change could spark Bouzidi and Cass, but right now you see it in their expressions, a little bit flat at the moment, and 8-1 the other way, the result.
Yeah, it's been a game of runs, that's for sure.
Hold just a second as the ball escapes from court 2. 4-5 bracket going on as well right now. And there's some players I've been witnessing in that certainly could have competed in the open division today. Elite reset from Krage, gets Neidnoff that opportunity at the running volley. Run continues to 9-1. Cass a good spot on the shot prior, and Bouzidi patting the shoulder of his partner, who is quite literally half his age. Cass 25, Bouzidi about to turn 50.
You keep rubbing that in.
No, he's excited about it, my friend. He wishes his birthday was tomorrow. He's ready to go out and play senior pro.
Well, he definitely moves well for a almost 50-year-old.
Bouzidi, former racquetball professional. Really a legendary figure in these parts in terms of not only his game, but also his personality. Advocate for pickleball in this region, but competitive spirit beyond that. And I know he's been very excited about this event, competing in this event. And he has competed well. Again, both of these teams guaranteed a medal at this point. 10-7-1, Cass trying to tee off on a short return. But an easy one to interrupt the run. 10-8-2. Saw Krage give the signal to stay there, and that's because he's on the right side. He's your quintessential right side player. Yeah, you saw Cass like a baseball hitter trying to guess on the fastball there. He guessed, and instead he got the top spinner.
Strike one.
Oh, what a pickup by Neidnoff. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Well, you saw Bouzidi pick up the ball and kiss it that skittered over from court 2. Now, the truth of the matter is we saw elite skills from all 4 players in that point, and maybe a fitting outcome that nobody wanted.
Yeah, that was one of our best points yet. Well, here comes another.
Ten, 8-1. Oh, Neidnoff couldn't quite get it. Maybe thinking to yourself, that's an impossible angled shot. We just saw him pull it off in the previous match. 10-8-2. And an overswing. So back to Cass and Bouzidi. Again, they were out to a 6-1 advantage. Endured a 9-1 run the other way, and now trying to right the ship here, trailing 8-10-1.
We'll see if they can even it up. Great hands.
And great hands indeed. Great point by you, 9-10-1. Well, thus far today, again, nobody has defeated Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney, but Cass and Buziti have given them the best game. Losing 8 and 7 in the winner's bracket, Nightingale. Let's out
extra
an
oomph on that one.
exclamation, yeah. Tie the laces of his lotto shoes.
Well, you mentioned, John, this is the first time we've had performance productions here, but it's also the first time the people here in the Blue Ridge have seen the well-oiled machine that is our team that runs tournaments.
Yeah, now no doubt about it. Can't take the credit for that tie-in win. Let me tell you, Lee, he ran 3 leagues back in Richmond on Thursday. The last one culminating at 10:15 p.m.
I saw him there.
And then got up in the morning, arrived here at 8:30 on 1 hour's sleep, and knocked yesterday out of the park.
There's no doubt about it.
Derek Miller, our lead referee, Buziti asked, did he see it out? And Derek responded, it was in fact out. 11-9. Crunch time here. 1 game to 15. And Crage with his familiar annoyance at himself yelling, get over. That's a staple DK line. Good leave by Derek Crage. 12-9 to our score. Well, in actuality, when Derek asked me before who you're rooting for, I said I'm rooting for my friends, but Derek and I are about to spend 13 hours together in the car down to a Duper Collegiate Super Regional. We'll broadcast together this week, so I said I suppose I better pull for you. Don't tell Tim. 9-12-1. Oh, Nightingale did not get the baseline.
Had an opportunity there.
10-12-1. Oh, and Buziti sailed the serve. I think he caught a draft of wind right as he tossed that. And Buziti turns to the crowd and says, so bad. Cass trying to get out of the kitchen, and Buziti lost his footing. 12-10-1. Both players at the same time working on footwork. With the put away, and you see a lot of players with the pop. His is a unique type of swat. I was actually playing against him the other day, and the way he holds his paddle, you just don't see all that much.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what direction he's going with that. It's almost like an inside out.
Yeah,
almost.
Very flat. 10-12-1. Oh, Nightingale got a bit impatient there. He saw Cass was back.
Right.
Tried to get it to his feet and could not quite do so. 11-12-1. Again, I think the wind at the inopportune time for Buziti. 11-12-2. Middle of a dink battle. Pause for a ball that came across the court. Multi-court tournament venue here. Of course, some of that unavoidable. 11-12-2. It's the matchup that the hometown fans wanted to see, whether they knew it or not. And it's been a good one. Cass was not displeased with that. I don't believe it was a shot prior. 12-11-1. See both Crage and Cass wearing the Roanoke Ruckus shirts.
I'm sure, just like you, just like you, John, all the Ruckus fans out here, not quite sure who to root for when they're asked that question.
Well, it's nothing against Rosen, but he's the only one not from here, so kind of 2-on-1 with Bozidi and Cass. But nonetheless, they've seen exquisite pickleball. It's their timeout receiver, 14-11-2. And I was just about to say, you know, life in pickleball moving fast both ways right now. And you look back on the inaugural Body Armor 804 Open when performance pickleball was just an idea at that point that you had, and I was unaware that you had.
I think we both had it.
Yeah, and saw the opportunity to create a partnership with Derek Crage and Tim Cass, and we took that opportunity, and you see how it's turned into, well, friendships for sure, but Tim Cass is going to be the head of instruction, head professional at Performance Roanoke. Derek Crage has brought us a duper super collegiate super regional and relationships throughout the game. Joined us at Performance Productions.
Sure.
So again, when we say it's hard to choose who we're rooting for, and again, I've been a broadcaster for a lot of years, you're not supposed to root for anybody, but sometimes it is impossible. (14-11-1) match point, and they'll get at least 2 of them. Oh, and that may have been long from Buzidi, but
tough to lay off that.
It was in the eye line for Neidnoff. 14-11-2, and a reminder, Buzidi and Cass started this game 6-1. And that's wide, and Neidnoff lets out a primal scream as he and Derek Crage will advance to the gold medal match as they defeat Cass and Buzidi, our bronze medalists. So again, the match everyone wanted to see, it did not disappoint. It's won by Crage and Neidnoff, and they will take on Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney, 2 out of 3 to see if we play 15. Gold and silver hanging the balance. Men's open doubles. We've got women's open doubles coming up a little bit later this afternoon. Splendid pickleball in the Blue Ridge. That's what we designed. That's what we've delivered. Back in a couple of moments. Gold medal match, we have arrived. Men's Opens doubles in this championship Saturday bracket. John Laser, Lee Warfield back with you courtside. Court 1 here at the Moyer Sports Complex. And Lee, I know you were over with your daughter Harper at the also newly minted softball portion of this complex. They're hosting a tournament today. They got a full kitchen of concessions over there. They have done a phenomenal job with the recreation of this facility.
That place is amazing. They spent a lot of money on it, and it shows. And you know, all brick, just a great spectator spot. I saw tons of parents and kids there. Softball games going on. It was great. Great cheeseburgers too.
Yeah, John Shaner and his team. We were here. I was for the ribbon cutting, and you could just hear and see the emotion in his voice and what that project took and the number of people that it took to pull together, and just a fantastic job. It hasn't been a long relationship, but certainly one that we have enjoyed with the city of Salem, and we'll continue that along with all the surrounding areas here as we bring performance pickleball to the Roanoke Valley. And this is kind of the launching pad for that, and the launching pad hopefully for years to come for this PickleBrawl concept. Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge is the presenting sponsor, and that's a good friend to have in this area. John Oney will join me on the broadcast tomorrow. Also done an incredible job advocating for pickleball and to bring what you're about to see to this area, and that's world-class players, and that's what we have in Tito Yadro, Jordan Kinney, and Derek Crage and Rosen Neidenoff. Just got the best of Tim Cass and Yusuf Bouzidi to get an opportunity here.
Interesting to see how they come out. They've been sitting, Jordan and Tito have been sitting for a long time.
And they come out pretty well.
And they had some good Chick-fil-A while they were sitting here.
Yeah, chatting a little bit with Jordan Kinney. He asked me, hey, is the bronze medal match 2 out of 3 or 1 to 15? I said, you know, it's kind of embarrassing as tournament operator. I'm not sure. We both agreed that delegation is the key to leadership. And you know that in your role with Dahlheimer.
Absolutely.
Pete, you take care of it.
Hopefully Pete's listening.
Mr. Waldbauer, gotta make the trip up here, you know.
He should have.
Crage valiantly kept that point alive 3 occasions, but the 4th one he could not defend. It's 2-0-1. And 3-0-1. And it's interesting, heard me yesterday potentially if you were watching the broadcast, talking with Tim Cass about the positions you come in here. Again, Yadro and Kinney undefeated today and therefore need to just win 2 out of 3 to claim gold. Meanwhile, the opposite way, Neidenoff and Crage come in hot because they just want a string of matches to get back to this position. And the pressure, I believe, starts on the team that comes out of the bronze medal bracket but can quickly shift with a hot start to the team sitting there waiting in the gold medal match. That's not what we've gotten here, as Yadro and Kinney have come out swinging. And Neidenoff, as Kinney apologized, says, good shot. He wouldn't have said that if it was 2 inches to the left, or right, I should say. Neidenoff's is such a fun guy. We see him literally every day at Performance Richmond where he trains.
Trains with JMA. Guarded the ATP.
And Kinney put that away, guarded the ATP. But a lot of times when you guard that ATP, you put it in peril nonetheless.
Right.
And there's different schools of thought. I tell players that below this level, which is every other level, usually defending the ATP does more harm than good. It's either going to hit you on a ball that would have been out.
That is true.
Or your defense is a weak one like that, and it's an easy put away regardless. And also, that's a good excuse for me to be lazy and not go over.
Well, there's also, you can say, I didn't get ATP'd.
Yeah, that's right. I gave up on the play, and I don't care. Those are my other mental tactics. These guys do care, and it's 5-0 to start. Make it 6-0. And Neidenoff and Crage in an early hole, and Crage saying, let's go. And again, the pickleball community is expanding, but it's still a small fraternity, particularly at this level. Neidenoff and Crage certainly know what they're up against in Kinney and Yadro. That just wandered long by about an inch or so. And Crage and Neidenoff needed it, trailing 0-6-1. come over. 3 of the players on this court share a distinction. All gold medalists in the Body Armor 804 Open. 2 years ago, it was Crage and Cass. This year, just 3 months ago, hard to believe, it was Yadro and Kinney. Trying to double up golds is Yadro, not only in men's singles and men's doubles, but also in performance tournaments. And he is off to a strong start along with Kinney. See them both rocking Selkirk sponsored players. Changing outfits, though, for the gold medal match. Don't blame them. Got a little hot there during the middle of the afternoon. We share one distinction in common. We're both guys that have made water runs today.
There might be another one in one of our futures as well.
No, I already went.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I didn't even know.
Fast. I had no idea.
Yep, right on down to the Shell Station, about a block away. We've got everything we need in there. 7:02. Uh-oh. That's the protect yourself play, and Neidenoff has that befuddled expression. What was I attempting to do there? It's 8:02, and it's kind of a buzzsaw effect, and Jordan Kinney can have that. Neidenoff's a similar type player when he's coming forward like that, and you can't put the drive in a neutral position. Look out.
Yeah. They need to get on the board. See what they can do after that.
First, they need the side out.
Yeah.
And that will help. There's the side out. Back to Crage, serving 0-8-1. We'll have the women's doubles gold medal match a little bit later. Women's doubles, a smaller field here in the PickleBrawl. Started with 12 teams in the men's field.
Yeah, I've watched some of the women's, that bracket in between the men's matches, and it's been very competitive, fun to watch.
Yeah, without question. Meg Knutson making the trip over from Charlottesville, and her partner. Mackenzie, who delivered us Starbucks earlier, and Trish Hammer, so we're rooting for them because they delivered us caffeine. Yeah. That's all it takes. My wife knows that. Side out back without getting on the board, so. 8-0-1. I heard a player come over to Jordan Kinney earlier today and said, "You used to play professionally, right?" And Jordan Kinney's such a humble guy. Said, "No, you know, we still do." And that is true. The younger player meant nothing by it. But certainly Kinney and Yadro active in the professional circles, and what that meant, you know, APP, PPA.
He's so old, you know.
Oh, Crage is not the tallest player in this matchup, but he made himself big there. Went up, affected his paddle level.
He's fast, has great hands.
To 1-8-1. We saw Crage and Neidenoff turn what was a disadvantageous position in their previous match, in the bronze medal match, quickly. They're in a bigger hole here in a game to 11. Yeah! But they've got a couple, and Neidenoff trying to ignite himself emotionally.
Almost feel like a little change of speed there on that.
Just a glorious day here. Looking at some cumulonimbus clouds overhead. I tell you, the forecast was rotten back on Tuesday, and someone was looking down on this event. Thank you, Tito. Sorry about that. Water bottle escaped the broadcast table onto the court. Tito Yadro cleaned it up for us.
I may be the one to blame on that, actually.
Yeah, it's hard to assess blame. A lot of people around. 3-8-2. Most successful stretch by far of this opening game. Pinned to the baseline. And Crage allows them to lurch forward. So good, just so good.
That was so good.
Crage and Neidenoff lost that point, but just the fact that they were able to work their way to the line.
And then the dinking once they got there, all the change of direction.
You saw a couple of dinks in there from Jordan Kinney where you may not be able to even see it on the broadcast, but he's just affecting the spin.
Yep, like that one.
Corkscrew spin. Nothing intricate about that. That's just a big man doing big man stuff.
Get out of the way.
9-3-1. Excellent return from Rosen. 9-3-2. Uh-oh, we hear the bells of the train. Ben Davis. And we'll have a quick train delay here at 9-3-2. As the train's about to rumble by, we will take a timeout here from our gold medal match. Krage and Neidnoff playing their way into game 1 here. Best 2 of 3. It'll be the serve of Jordan Kinney upon our return. This is the PickleBrawl from the Blue Ridge Mountains.
I have no idea what I would do without Neighbor Force. This is my mother, and she's been using Neighbor Force for about 5 years.
About 5 years, yes.
And it has been a lifesaver.
Hey pickleballers, do you have aging parents or know people that do? Well, Neighbor Force could be the answer if you need just a little bit of extra help. No contracts, 1 hour minimum. We are definitely the people to call. Or are you looking to get involved in your community? Being a neighbor at Neighbor Force could be the answer. We would not conflict with your pickleball matches. You can work whenever you want. It's almost like volunteering with a paycheck.
Neighbor Force is the bomb.
Our third train delay, second today, handled expertly by head referee Ben Davis. He heard the bells. He's kind of like Pavlov's dog. He's getting trained at this point. We didn't even hear the train coming, but he did. 9-3-2. Jordan Kinney kind of looked over with a wry smile. Hey, it's the nuance of the new. Well.
Wind,
and the wind
right down.
keeps that in play. And it'll be a side out for Neidnoff and Krage, 3-9-1. See Krage and Neidnoff stacking off the serve, keeping Krage on the right side. Certainly not unexpected. That miss is from Neidnoff.
Trying to change it up.
Yeah, 0 point side out. Neidnoff has played so well today, as has Kinney. And Kinney, rare to see him surprised by anything, but I don't think he thought Rosen was going to speed that one up. Sometimes the unorthodox play is the right one. Quick
right
side
after.
out, back the other way, 3-9-1. And 4-9-1. You know, it's interesting, going back to that speed up from Neidnoff, sometimes the unorthodox play will catch top-level players by surprise because you get into pattern pickleball. All these guys are so good, that's why sometimes see players struggle against lower level players because it's just an erraticism to it. And again, to use a baseball analogy, it's why hitters will say it's so difficult to hit a wild pitcher that throws with velocity, because you cannot zero in on a zone.
Right, you don't know what's happening next.
In the long run, it's not a method to success, but on a one-off situation, sometimes the wrong shot is the right shot.
Every now and then, throw something different in the mix.
Yeah, and that was a speed up from Crage. There were only 2 outcomes. He was going to get it into the body of Yadro, or it was going to be out. And he obtained the objective, right shoulder target. 5-9-2. Again, it started 6-0. That one slithered just wide. 9-5-1, and Crage has the switch sign on. That will not surprise Kinney and Yadro. Two elite right side players matched up mano a mano there. Crage was in defensible position, couldn't quite get it, and you can see him saying, "You got to tilt the paddle just a little bit more." It's
easy,
really eye-opening. These guys, the shots they think they should execute.
Right.
That one is in a different category for Neidenhoff. But game 1 goes to Yadro and Kinney, 11-5. Got out to the strong start. Neidenhoff, Crage steadied themselves in that game, but the hole was too deep. They'll try to level it up at a game apiece on the other side of this timeout. Gold medal match, men's open doubles from the inaugural Picklebrawl in Virginia's Blue Ridge, presented by Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge. We'll be back to Salem Athletic Park in just a moment. Game 2, Yadro and Kinney triumphant in game 1, 11-5. Crage and Neidenhoff trying to pull the upset here in the gold medal match. It's an uphill climb, particularly from a game deficit. Now they'd have to win 3 in succession, 2 in a row to 11 and then 1 to 15. No one has taken a game off Yadro and Kinney today.
Well, at least they tried to at least creep back in and got a couple of points there. Maybe they can carry that tiny amount of momentum into match 2.
Yeah, definitely. They didn't get run over in game 1 for sure, and at times it looked like they may. You know, they'd love to at least get out to an early slight start here in the second game. That was exquisite teamwork right there from Kinney and Yadro. You saw at certain points Kinney sliding over and taking the bulk of the court, then allowing Yadro to make his way into the point.
It's kind of like you were just waiting to see who's going to flinch.
0-0-2. Game 2. And no point side out. Come back at 0-0. Again, you hear the wind gusting just a bit here. And it is certainly enough to affect the flight of the ball. Was wide, so it will be the early advantage for Crage and Rosen-Nidenhoff.
It's got to feel good to get on the board first.
And the serve sails, and again the wind aided that. It's a bit more of a diagonal wind right now, kind of from Tito Yadro coming to Derek Crage. Right to left, but not completely horizontal. Nidenhoff got caught mid-step there. 2-0-2. 0-2-1, Tito Yadro. Yadro pounces.
Yep,
that
saw
volley.
High ball.
Yeah, that shuffle step backhand attack from Yadro. 1-2-1. Crage was nearly able to clean that up for Rosen, couldn't quite do it. Mid-step, Yadro. See the perspiration glistening on the forehead as the sun breaks free of the few clouds in the sky at the moment.
It is definitely in their eyes.
Yeah, neither, however, electing for the sunglasses. Sun's not all that high in the sky. Excuse me, it is high in the sky at the moment. Starts to become more of an issue as it begins setting, which would happen an hour or so from now. All twos. And the jangling of the medals once again in Lee's headset. That means Carlos Morales is at it with another medal ceremony taking place behind us. Crage and Nidenhoff have their first lead. Oh, Yadro surprised Crage that he defended that at the angle he did, but Crage was able to adjust and make it pay off. 4-2.
Great reset.
Right as Crage hit it, he said, "Not there." And he can make it from a slighter angle than most with that overspin, but he was right in his assessment.
Yeah, tough to curve that one in.
Three, 4 off the Tito Yadro serve. 4-4. That one looked like it skipped a bit on Rosen-Nidenhoff.
He'd probably like to have that back.
Awarding medals in 4.0, and our friends from Richmond are actually the winners, so congratulations to them. Made the trip down here to the Blue Ridge. It's a big win for our man Ryan.
It is.
Moving up to 4-0, prevailing. with that overspin drop. Didn't follow it. Crage caught him at the feet, but he got away with it. Some nifty paddle work. So Yadro and Kinney. Not sure how that ball made its way under the fence, but it did. There. And Lee making himself useful. Finding the towel on the timeout. Derek Crage politely saying thanks. I'm John Laser. He is Lee Warfield. Together we lead Performance Pickleball this weekend, however, serving as your commentators on our Performance Productions presentation of the PickleBrawl. It has been a sensational day of men's open doubles, women's open doubles as well. Still ongoing on the grounds here at Moyer Sports Complex.
Been a great day here. Court's full all day long. Balls popping from 8 o'clock till
We'll go to about 6:30 tonight. And tomorrow back at it at 9 for the culminating day of this 3-day event. And you see the frustration from Neidnoff as that one fell in. That one will not. You see the chemistry between Kinney and Yadro. And again, there's a lot of people switch partners, and this is a relatively new one between Neidnoff and Crage. These two have played together a long time, and it shows. Kinney able to cover and somehow get a paddle on that.
But Ernie.
Unsuccessfully. Again, went for it. Wasn't the winner. Kinney was able to bail it out once, but not twice. Now 5-6-1.
Much more competitive game here.
Just pushed wide by Yadro, and I think he changed his mind. The elevated dink from Crage, I think he was going to pounce, and he decided at the last moment not to. It leads to a 6-all score.
Yeah. Looked like he was going to, or at least he faked it.
And a foot fault assessed on Jordan Kinney, called by Ben Davis without complaint. 7-6 lead change for the third time in the game. Yeah, Yadro on the back pedal, Neidnoff. As Yadro smiles at him, he said, yeah, I knew it was coming. And Neidnoff said, well, when fortune smiles on you, you got to take advantage, and he did. 8-6. Oh. Neidnoff was attacking off what he was expecting to be a better drop than that from
a little lower
Crage,
than that,
and wound up in harm's way. 6-8-1. Again, Yadro and Kinney undefeated today, so needing just to win this game. They are your gold medalists in men's open doubles. Oh, phenomenal reflexes and defense on that cover from Crage. 6-8-2. Meanwhile, Neidnoff and Crage need to take this game to level this best of 3 at 2, then win another to 11 and 1 to 15.
I think the fans are definitely cheering for the for Jordan. I mean, excuse me, for Rosen and Derek. They want to see a third.
Want to see a third game, but also certainly from a local representative in Derek Crage.
Yeah.
7-8-2. Yadro thought he had the attackable ball there. You saw the shuffle step back from Crage. He was ready for it. 8-7-1. Caught the tape. Kinney was able to play it nonetheless.
Wow.
Was able to defend the first and not the second. Neidnoff went right back after Kinney. It was an extraordinary reset by Jordan the first time. See that length of Kinney, how far out he's able to reach over the line.
Yeah, he really has a reach.
And you see Crage playing a pretty big right side there, shifting to the center. Got that one up for Yadro.
Even with his reach, he seems to be very patient and over attack, at least.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, that was impatient from Neidnoff, and he knew it, muttering to himself. Side out back at 7-9-1. In fact, the 9, the most that anyone scored on Kinney and Yadro today. Cass and Buziti got 8 and 7 respectively. That time Kinney does pounce. 8-9-1 off the serve of Jordan Kinney. Kinney this time, and Yadro stacking the other way with Yadro on the left. And that puts him back square up with Derek Crage. The reasoning for that, not because it's Derek, but because that's the matchup that we've had throughout the course of this game. That time it was there, and Crage down the alley.
Great shot, right in the corner.
What a shot. That's a phenomenal shot in rec play, let alone 9-9 in a gold medal match. But too much, Kinney and Yadro, and they have championship point at 10-9-2. You know they want to put it away right here.
Absolutely.
And will not. Looked midpoint like may have been an opportunity there for swinging finish, but Crage was equal to the task, and it's 9-10-1. We'll play on off the serve of Neidnoff.
Do we need a helicopter delay?
We pause for trains, but not for helicopters. That is the ground rules here. It's the second helicopter that we've had go by thus far today. Nine, 10-2. Oh, Kinney, just an elite get. Oh, that was Kinney right there. Neidnoff had him in between on the drive, hit it right where he wanted, and Kinney somehow scooped it off his belt buckle. And he's not wearing a belt. 10-9. Championship point 2. Yep, and that will do it. Kinney and Yadro make their way unblemished through our Open Division draw today. Champions of the Body Armor 804 Open and champions of the PickleBrawl in Virginia's Blue Ridge. The tandem from Tennessee, golden today for the second time. What a showing for Neidnoff and Crage as well. The Ruckus will put 2 on the podium as it's Cass and Buziti bronze, Neidnoff and Crage silver, but not to be denied Yadro and Kinney. Lee by my side for the Men's Opens doubles. We'll pause for a few moments. We'll re-rack on this performance production. You'll continue to enjoy the sights. We'll be back with the sounds for the Women's Open doubles gold in just a little while as we bring you pickleball at its highest level from the City of Champions here in Salem, Virginia.
Travel is expensive. But time travel is free at the Salem Museum.
In 1838, Roanoke County was formed here in this area, and Salem, being the largest community in this region, was given the county seat.
You can uncover the uniqueness of our local history at the Salem Museum.
This is the gallery taking you from Salem's beginnings in the 1600s all the way through the 20th century and today.
Learn local ties to the American Revolution and Civil War through study, research, and physically touching a piece of history.
So every Saturday, visitors actually get to hold a piece of history in their hand.
Learning at the Salem Museum is fun.
There's a ton of different ways to learn and engage with the material, including technology from the 1800s through today.
Native American and African American history, local school history,
So you can visit the museum and relive some of those memories.
local sports history, and 60 summers of fun at Lakeside Amusement Park.
Artifacts from the park and seeing a model of the Shooting Star roller coaster.
The Salem Museum, preserving 300 plus years of history, art, and sports in Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains. Visit the Salem Museum, where time travel is free. Open 10 to 4, Tuesday through Saturday.
You know, in my lifetime, I've been knocked around a few times. No matter how many times you get knocked down, hell, you got to get up off the turf. Back pain, knee pain, you name it, I had it. But when I walked into the Good Feet store and got fitted for arch support, I feel so much better. Very little pain in my back. I feel no pain in my knee. It is nothing like it. No matter who you are, whatever position you hold, in some way, we can help somebody. And that's what the Good Feet store does. They help you keep going with life.
Keepsakes, collectibles, antiques.
This is so pretty.
There are thousands of these one-of-a-kind items for you to explore on the Salem Antique Trail.
Ooh, I like that.
Historic Salem, Virginia is nestled in the scenic Blue Ridge Mountains, where the people are friendly and are preparing for your visit. Here you'll have an array of options for dining and relaxing, and great choices for lodging as well. Learn more at salemva.com and get ready to explore the Salem Antique Trail.
Welcome back to the first ever PickleBrawl in Virginia's Blue Ridge, live from the City of Champions, Salem, Virginia. Just about set to get underway. Women's Open Doubles gold medal match coming up. As you can see on the bracket there, it will be between Knoxville's Victoria Brackman and Alina Giote against Katie Kilcolin, who hails from West Virginia, and Meg Knudsen from Charlottesville, Virginia. Actually, Crozet for the educated, just outside of Charlottesville. And we expect a good one here. Brackman and Giote, of course, the more pedigreed players, but Knudsen, on the professional level, I should say, but Knudsen and Kilcolin, polished players regionally as well. They met in the pool bracket portion of the bracket earlier today. 15-10 was the final for Brackman and Giote. They arrive in this match undefeated, and therefore the 2 of 3 scenario leading to 1-15 if Knudsen and Kilcolin can prevail. 2 of 3 to 11, 1 to 15. That's the format. We've already decided men's doubles gold. Those are headed back to Knoxville. And now this pair of ladies trying to make it a clean sweep for the Volunteer State League coming over here to Virginia. Man, when I was at Virginia Tech, that would have been considered sacrilege, but they're all such nice people that no one seems to mind thus far.
Well, the drive was well worth it for this group, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking to Jordan Kinney. You just saw him a little bit ago, about a half hour ago, claim men's doubles gold with his partner Tito Yadro. And Tito has already won gold in men's singles and now men's doubles, not competing in mixed doubles tomorrow. However, Jordan Kinney, who won men's doubles gold, did not compete in singles yesterday, is going to compete in mixed doubles tomorrow with Alina Giote. So full spectrum for the Knoxville quartet, and they have certainly played some splendid pickleball here in Salem. Just about set to go as you see the pleasantries pre-match between this quartet.
Tito's going to need some of that prize money to pay off the speeding ticket he got on the way here, I heard.
Yeah, he thought he took care of that with his singles money yesterday.
Okay.
Someone asked, is Tito going to have to stay in his car? And we thought the answer was no. So you're looking at Meg Knudsen. She's the one bouncing in the black shorts, top of the screen, and that is her partner, Katie Kilcolin. Serve to get us started. And that is Giote swinging backhand volley. And Giote, as you might be able to tell, background in tennis, those swinging backhands and plenty of topspin.
You can really see it.
Civil engineer is her trade. And didn't call the score yet, our head referee, Derek Miller, and a sheepish smile from Victoria Brackman. Apologizes to Knudsen, 0-0-1. That's a rules change in USA Pickleball this year. Previously, if you served prior to the score being announced, first time it was an automatic fault. Now you get a one-time grace period. And Giote firing away. Warning shot there.
She likes to hit hard.
Yeah, she does. Selkirk athlete. Here is Kilcolin. An excellent inside-out pass from Victoria Brackman. It'll be 0-0-2 off the serve of Knudsen. And Kilcolin, short end of that forehand cross battle. Victoria Brackman still at 0-0, and now 1-0-1. First strike of the match recorded by Brackman and Giote. See Knudsen reaching a bit there into the kitchen. Knudsen, native of Minnesota. For those of us from Minnesota, Knudsen, pretty common name. Uncommon ability, though. Her and her sister Jenny, who is also a pickleball professional. If we zoomed in real tight, you would see the Rich Cat Supply on Meg's hat. That's an apparel company within pickleball that sister Jenny started. Jenny, one of the professionals and leaders of Lifetime Pickleball. Of course, they have heavily invested in the game throughout the country. And a quick timeout taken at 4:01 by Knudsen and Kilcolin. Knutson has a niece named Volley. That's her sister Jenny's daughter, and Volley actually came down. She's 14 years old, competed in a challenge court scenario, and then again in a 4-5 women's bracket at Performance, and won.
She needs to team up with Agent Orange.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's a little too old for that, but no, quite the player, and certainly the genes in the family. Tennis players growing up, converted to the pickleball side. Meanwhile, Katie Kilcolin is a dentist, and she jokes she's got the white hat on. It says Kilcolin Dentistry. She said, yeah, I just built the dentistry company to sponsor myself in pickleball. So it's a fun-loving pair for sure. Meg's one of our favorite people. We see her here quite frequently, competing down in Richmond, but living currently in Crozet, about an hour away. Good spot there from Kilcolin. Dent out of the timeout as Gyot to serve. Gyot, native of Kyrgyzstan, moved to Russia when she was 7. Make a long story somewhat shorter, she eventually earned a tennis scholarship at UT Martin, Tennessee Martin. Moved to Tennessee, took that big leap as a collegiate athlete. Her other love, engineering, so went on after her playing days were done in tennis to earn a master's in engineering, and now she serves as a civil engineer in the Knoxville area. But making a run at professional pickleball.
She's got a lethal backhand.
Yes, she does. Now, another point scored, and it's been an onslaught thus far in game 1, 7-0-2.
They like to play fast.
Hear Gyot exclaim as Knutson got herself fired up there with the let's go. 0-7-1. And on the board, 1-7-1. Victoria Brackman, also professional in the Knoxville area. We're talking again to Jordan Kinney and Tito Yadro after they claimed gold. Said, you know, you've got a good playing group down there in Knoxville, and certainly you can see that. It's rare to find a collection of players on this level to train against and play with competitively. That'll sail along. Good eye from Knutson. Kilcolin echoed that sentiment. I asked how this pairing came to be, and Meg Knutson's normal mixed partner, Jared, whom we've also become friends with, played in an event with Katie Kilcolin. And Kilcolin and Knutson met, and that's how often these pickleball partnerships are formed. But Knutson told me she was terrified while Jared was playing with Katie that he may have lost his mixed partner because she was so good. Little mini run here for Knutson, and Kilcolin continues, and it's 4-7-2 now. Can be shorter games to 11, playing 2 out of 3. Knutson and Kilcolin need to win the 2 out of 3 and then 1 to 15. Got that one up, phenomenal cover by Gyot.
What a
no
point.
one can cover that. Started out 7-0, now 5 in a row for Kilcolin and Knutson. Ackman was off balance, found her footing. And Knutson attacks the backhand once again. You can see Brackman displeased she was unable to cover. And it is 6 in a row. 6-7. Gyot steps in. 8-7-1. So the run interrupted. Excuse me, 7-6-1. Run interrupted and at 6. Lena Gyot.
Yep. Yep, she was in trouble if she didn't hit a winner on that one, and that's what happened.
Yeah, Definitely aggressively kind of sold out. Knudsen swinging away, dug out once, dug out twice, dug out 3 times.
Wow.
Brackman, she dug it out 6 times.
This is amazing.
The 7th she could not get to. The old adage, make him hit it 9 more times. Giote and Brackman specifically were able to do that, but give Kilcullen and Knudsen credit. Never made that mistake. Isn't that the way? You hit 10 exquisite shots in a row, and then the easiest drop, at least for the players of these caliber, dump it in the net. 6-7-2. Knudsen called that out. Giote checked with head referee Derek Miller. He concurred. 7-0, responded to by 7-0. And 8-0 on the run now. Wind kicked up right during that serve. It shortened it and then changed the contact point for Giote. And that will send it back on the side out. So we'll see if Giote and Brackman can find their footing here in game 1. Strong start, kind of startled there. And Kilcullen, excellent spots, and she knew it. Kilcullen, who played collegiate basketball at Winthrop down in South Carolina. I asked her what led her to pickleball, and she said, still wanted to compete, didn't know how, finally found a way. On that, tantalizingly close to falling forward, but did not. And it's a rapid side out back to Kilcullen and Knudsen at 8-7-1. Knudsen wanted to poach, wasn't there. Able to soften her stride. And great shot by Brackman. Floated it up and over the shoulder, and Knudsen let it go. Can understand why. It's 8-7-2.
Good shot down the middle.
Yeah, caught Knudsen not striding over. And Knudsen knew it as she looked at Kilcullen and said, my bad. 7-8-1.
Well, she just got burned down the line on the previous one, so.
And Giote, the exclamation as she pulls her team even. So that'll end that 8-point run for Knudsen and Kilcullen. 8-1. Knudsen ripping that into the wind that just picked up.
Like hit a wall of wind.
And that subtle forehand flick from Kilcullen earned an easy one for Knudsen. 8-8-2. Again, you can see that wind influencing the return as she's a little late to contact. 9-8-2. And Knudsen
more medals.
Timeout taken at 10-8-2. So Knudsen asked Kilcullen, do you want to take a timeout? She agreed, so we will rest. This one's gone back and forth a couple of times. It was a strong start for Brackman Giote. They try to close out game 1 right after this quick timeout.
Keepsakes, collectibles, antiques.
This is so pretty.
There are thousands of these one-of-a-kind items for you to explore on the Salem Antique Trail.
Ooh, I like that.
Historic Salem, Virginia is nestled in the scenic Blue Ridge Mountains, where the people are friendly and are preparing for your visit. Here you'll have an array of options for dining and relaxing, and great choices for lodging as well. Learn more at salemva.com and get ready to explore the Salem Antique Trail.
8-0 run from Knutson and Kilcolin, but you have to applaud the poise of Victoria Brackman and Alina Giot as steadied themselves to game point. And the attack angle wasn't what Brackman wanted there, and Knutson was able to pounce on the counter. 8-10-1. Knutson half a stride too late.
I think the wind might have pushed that down to below her middle of her paddle.
Again, intermittent, the wind today. Knutson, big overhand roll on that swing. 9-10-2. Kilcolin, you see the big smile on Katie's face. She said, yeah, we lost the first game 15-10. They outplayed us. We played really tight. She said, I hope we play our game in the gold medal match. I think she'd say they are at this point after the slow start. Another opportunity for game one on game point at 10-9-1. Knutson trying to work her way in. She did, but Brackman got one that she could get down on and does. And after a 7-0 start, an 8-0 response, but Brackman and Giot hold the fort and hold game one. One game from gold for the Knoxville tandem. We will head to game two, best 2 of 3, and it will be Knutson and Kilcolin trying to level the ledger on the other side. This is the first ever PickleBrawl in Virginia's Blue Ridge.
You know, in my lifetime, I've been knocked around a few times. No matter how many times you get knocked down, hell, you got to get up off the turf. Back pain, knee pain, you name it, I had it. But when I walked into the Good Feet store and got fitted for arch support, I feel so much better. Very little pain in my back. I feel no pain in my knee. It is nothing like it. No matter who you are, whatever position you hold, in some way, we can help somebody. And that's what the Good Feet store does. They help you keep going with life.
John Laser, Lee Warfield back with you. Courtside center court here at the PickleBrawl at the newly minted, and by newly minted I mean just about 7 weeks or so ago, they opened this beautiful 13-court pickleball facility in Salem, Virginia. It's known as the Moyer Sports Complex. Also houses a state-of-the-art 4-field softball complex hosting a tournament today. Old Salem days, a few blocks away down on Main Street today. Salem High was in action in football last night. A lot going on for the folks in Salem.
It's a place to be.
It is indeed. John Shaner told us this is why we do what we do for weekends like this. And weather has cooperated despite the wind you're hearing on our court microphone at the moment. That's just cooling us down a little bit as the sun has begun its descent for the day. Kilcolin got a swingable ball there. Played college basketball. College volleyball player would be proud of that effort. And rapid side out. And that's the key for Kilcolin and Knutson here in game two. They played wonderfully after falling behind into a big hole in game one. We'll avoid that similar fate here in game two. Referee Ed found that ball but was a little confused as to who it belonged to. He dutifully sent it back to a different court, just not ours. You hear Knutson saying, I should have taken that first one. And the left side player will like to interject themselves into the forehand cross. And Knutson will interject herself into that swinging volley, followed by a yeah, baby. It's 1-0-2. That was a great shot by Guillot. It was an excellent attack angle from Kilcolin, and against most players, that would have wound up in the net, but Guillot got down after it.
Yeah.
Got off balance, caught the Ernie, but not flush, and Knudsen was lying in wait.
That really set that point up well.
Yeah, Kilcolin set that up expertly for the Knudsen finish. It's 101 in game 2, as you see on our score graphic there. Guillot and Brackman own game 1. They also were undefeated in pool play, so just need this game for gold. Backspin on that slice dink, and that disrupted the timing of Kilcolin. Knudsen sent that right into a swinging backhand, and then kind of was like
he was ready for it.
Cheshire Cat there. Yeah. Living on the Edge, as Aerosmith sang back in the 90s. What an album.
Is that the 90s?
Oh, yeah. 1993, sir. Guillot with the response.
Not to be outdone.
No, indeed. She hasn't been outdone much today. Helena Guillot, I think, certainly displayed herself to be, I'd say, the alpha player in this pool. And got that in on the left foot of Knudsen. Knudsen recognizing that, saying good shot. 1-2-1. Victoria Brackman to serve. And Knudsen lost it in the sun. And again, that is the east-west facing courts here. Knudsen and Kilcolin at the moment on the end facing west. And of course, as we know, the sun sets in the west.
They're hoping for one of those clouds to move on over.
It's interesting. The wind is an aid on the side that Kilcolin and Knudsen are on, but the sun is a hindrance, and it's becoming more and more of a hindrance with each passing moment. The bigger hindrance, however, has been Brackman and Guillot and their exceptional ability. So 3-2-2 off the serve of Guillot. And the tape that time disrupted it, and Knudsen can barely contain herself. She was ready to tee off on that speed up, and then it wasn't there. No one will ever confuse Meg with not being competitive.
That's for sure.
I just heard Guillot say that's the pattern right there. And indeed, it has been effective. 5-2-2 now. Guillot and Brackman trying to close in on a gold medal performance here. (6-2-2) and a timeout taken by Knudsen and Kilcolin. They used this effectively in game 1, responded out of that timeout with 8 consecutive points. They need another come from behind effort here. They're down a game and down 6-2 in game 2. More from the PickleBrawl straight ahead. In game 2 for Brackman Guillot. Timeout taken out of necessity by Kilcolin and Knudsen, trying to hang in there in this gold medal match. And off the tape, didn't quite have enough. Serve falls short, so
the timeout worked.
Immediate dividend out of the timeout. 2-6-2. See some lingering brackets being played on the courts surrounding here at Moyer. 4-5 brackets still live. We'll pick up the gold medal match there. I believe it involves the Bassan brothers, Anj and Arsh, who've made the drive from Richmond. Tomorrow we'll see some of the other female members of Team Performance unable to play in women's doubles today, but will compete in mixed. Beanie Wethington will be here. Rachel Roney would have competed, but running a national tournament for USTA down in Hilton Head today. And actually all throughout the weekend. Now, trying to seal the deal, Brackman and Giote. And Knutson able to put a stop to that run, least off the first service. 7-2-2. Nina Giote asked her how to pronounce her name. She said it once. I tried to mimic it. She said, close enough. I said, no, let's try to get it right. And she said, why don't you just go with Alina G? I'm like, hey, you know, one time I did this for a living. Let's give it a shot.
Yep. Well, notice I haven't tried yet. I'll go with the G.
And Brackman said, it's just a fancier way of saying goat. Tell the two friends, chiding each other a little bit before competition. Giote.
Giote.
And randomly, Connor Reburn wandering through with a cowboy hat. Never quite know what you're going to see here in the Blue Ridge. .281, side out earned by Kilcolin and Knutson. That one again, tantalizingly close to falling over, but does not. You're down 2-8. You really need those.
You do. You like to have that
breaks.
fall over.
Sharp angle from Giote earns the side out, and another opportunity of closing this out at 8-2-1. A little late following that drop. That's been a rarity for Giote and Brackman, but Knutson able to take advantage.
There's some
Brackman
power.
swings her way into that forehand. That's why, you know, a lot of the former tennis players, particularly on the women's side, have got that power from both sides, whereas it's not inherent so much in the men's game on the backhand side. And you've seen Giote just lethal from both sides.
Yeah, those two-handed backhands. When she has time to let it fly.
A lot of torque in that swing from Giote as well. It's a 9-2-2 and another timeout taken by Kilcolin and Knutson. This is desperate times call for desperate measures. Their final timeout afforded to them here in game two. Keeping it with you here at the Moyer Sports Complex. Sun setting on a beautiful day and Championship Saturday. Tyann Wynn doing an exceptional job, keeping us right on schedule once again throughout the day today. We'll be back with you tomorrow, mixed open doubles. And Kilcolin out of the timeout again, able to earn the side out. So it is a tall road back here, tall hill back.
Sure, they're telling each other 1 point at a time.
Wandered wide, 3-9, so a point at a time. There's the first. Again, they know through recent history they can go on a run. Margin for error becomes so thin when you're in a deficit like this. Whoa, what a cover by Brackman. And then the wind interjects. That was an extraordinary cover by Victoria.
Just a protection move there.
Well, I would have a pickleball imprint on my chest right there.
You and me both.
9-3-1. Yeah, caught the tape, caught the stomach of Knudsen. And 10-3-1. Championship point. There'll be at least a pair of them should they need them. 10-3-2. Yeah, beautiful slice dink will seal the deal for Guyot and Brackman as they are golden in their first trip here to the PickleBrawl. Knoxville, Tennessee sweeps the doubles podium on Championship Saturday. It's Kinney and Yadro in men's doubles. It's Brackman and Guyot on the women's side. And it has been an extraordinary day of doubles pickleball here from Performance Productions. Lee, not quite done with the broadcast. We're done with the commentating for the day, but we'll have 4-5 men's gold action for you here on center court. But we envisioned this tournament a few months back. Fun to see it come to fruition, and outstanding day today here at the Moyer Sports Complex. And pretty much anything you could ask for we had here this afternoon and evening.
Including train delays?
Yeah, first 2 train delays in pickleball history, but played through them. Played through a little mist early this morning, but other than that, just a sensational day all the way around. For Lee, I'm John. That'll do us from the broadcast booth. Much more to come, courtesy of Cam Meeks and Performance Productions. This is the Pickle Brawl in the Blue Ridge, presented by Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge. Stay with us for the nightcap.
Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun. The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
birthday like September 7th, September 8th, whenever that was. So they just reset. Giving a birthday present. Late birthday present.
15 seconds. Receivers, 1 timeout remaining. Servers, 2 timeouts. Time in. 6-0-1. Point.
You're big.
It's about an hour drive. I live further south of here, so it's about an hour drive from here. Nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was singles, today doubles and tomorrow.
Singles would have been fun.
Yeah.
I was a singles.
15 seconds. Servers, one timeout remaining. Servers, two timeouts.
Those are singles or doubles.
Yeah.
Gold medal.
Yeah, singles were on Friday.
Time in. 8, 2, 1.
So you know your
You know, I did not even know about the tournament. I went and I played today, and I found out. I said, "Where's everyone?" They said, "Oh, they went for the tournament." So I don't even know who was playing.
Oh, okay.
But I know a bunch of people were missing.
Oh, yeah? So what level do you think they'll be? 4?
No, these
Yeah. 2, 8, 1.
Twice. I mean, he played for
Open means all 8.
No, open means higher and
How did you play with the
he did okay, but he won.
games are that good?
Five, 10, 1.
Well, he was playing tennis until
Point.
उर्दू हिंदी आती है कि नहीं? That was a nice rally. Pakistan Peshawar से Peshawar मेरा शहर है, पैदा हुआ था। अब मैं यहाँ नीचे रहता हूँ, छोटा सा शहर है। और मैं जो जी 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 वहाँ पे वॉल्वो का प्लांट है। वो सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ है वहाँ पे। इसलिए पूछता हूँ। You happen to work there? नहीं नहीं।
Wide. Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun. The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.